Chat, what's up, everybody? Are you ready for more spooky, scary curses and shit? Ready to be fucking cursed? Hey, chat, look. There's no voice volume slider in this one. I wonder... that slider was literally just for that one puzzle, huh? That's really funny. Hi, Music Hog. So I still gotta turn it down. Think I have any? Ooh, that is a good one. I like that idea. I'll think about it. I still need to finish the legendary redeems for the 2 that are left before I think about adding new stuff. Just remind me later. Okay. Slider is to go screw that one guy in particular. That guy was such a fucking shithead, too. What is my role in the plot? I ran someone over in a hit and run. That's it. All right. Let's get started, shall we? Hi, friend. My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. How wonderful it is to see you again. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of Paranormasight. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story, but there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. First, the game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Next, please look at the upper right corner of the screen. This is the menu button. Looks pretty similar to the previous game's setup. More water themed, though. It tells you that there's a story chart right from the very beginning. So that's I guess it assumes you've played the first game. From here you can check the task log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. No, you cannot. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I'll keep that in mind, because the last time you said that, it was important. The last time he said that, if you find something, like if there are certain voices you do not want to hear, you can turn it off. The last time he said a line like this, it was important. I'm going to check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. Game will definitely make use of that. Absolutely. Maybe, we'll see. Now let us go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You will once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Wonderful, well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please go ahead and try with me. Bravo, a fine display. There are times when you will be presented with options such as this. What is this place? Do not fear, you will come to know where we are eventually. After you have seen everything an option has to offer, a check mark will appear next to it, like so. Who am I? Oh, so you've forgotten who you are, have you? But there's no need for concern. It is for that reason that I'm here to guide you, after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. So who am I this time? They're not going to play the same plot twist. They're going to be more obvious that I'm playing as someone in the story. But the question of who I am is probably still going to be important. I will hit other essential functions when the time is right. Oh yes, there's one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of Paranormasight, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Hanzhou. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? Interesting that they're asking this. I said I am. Is that so? So we have met before then. You looked quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. In that case, there is nothing I need to warn you about. Oh, I believe I have kept you waiting long enough. The tale you're about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay. Has yet to watch the ending in the VOD. I think there are some minor things in this game that spoil the first game, from what people have said. Nothing major, but enough that it could affect some stuff. The tale you're about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, a stretch of sea bordering Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the wildly familiar mermaid. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Wakasa Province, modern-day Fukuoka Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Of course, as I just mentioned, those are only some of the legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They have also served as the inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that has captivated the human heart for a myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea separate from one which we live, often described as an eternal paradise. Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Also known as the name, Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland. Although it exact terrain varies, in this game it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the line drawn on the Carpe Rago. Got it. That's the ugliest fucking mermaid I've ever seen. Okay, we've done reading. Ah, yes, the files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. It seems you have already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate there's a related entry in your files. Allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kamishima, an isolated island in the waters of Aise Bay. The most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City. A population of 900. The name comes in the turtle-like shape with kame, meaning turtle in Japanese. Famous for its karst landscapes and the beautiful scenery, Kamishima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy. Expected to bring creating an island logo and a mascot, Kameshimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. You will experience the events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. Alright, so place your bets. Is Yuma gonna die like immediately like the last protagonist, or is he gonna survive a bit longer? If nothing else, please remember that. Okay, so I'm experiencing the events through the eyes of Yuza Minakuchi. Okay. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. I feel like we gotta let him live. This time we'll find out, won't we? The story is a work of fiction. Please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kamishima, is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. Did you come to me, or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. 1980s. Right, this should do it. All good to go, Yuza? Yep, ready as I can be. I feel so light, I bet I could even outswim a shark. No, more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Kamishima's patron Seino diving begins today. Kamishima Youth. Yuza Minakuchi. No, Shadowfang. I would say that this is primarily an 18+ stream. I don't really enforce it because all I really do is swear my head off, but I generally would prefer adults in this chat. Exactly what Salisbury said. Yuza Minakuchi, a young man born and raised in Kamishima. Though generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran ama diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. Oops. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year, but upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, and he's recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an ama diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he's hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for ama diving. His current diver rank is 1. Quiet and introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age. Eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Though the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most Kamishima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azama alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it's not uncommon for a zombie to find himself caught up in Yu's eccentric exploits. But he's always quick to laugh and follow his lead. Got it. Seems like a nice kid. And there's a zombie. Whoa, that sounds pretty impressive, but this is your first time diving out of the base, and don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're raring to go, but make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend, a zombie Kamoy. That's all he's known for. He is best friend. That's it. Nothing else about him matters. He is a best friend. Friendly and caring personality, his willingness to help those around him has made him someone islanders of all ages rely on. His father was a fisherman and accompanied him out to sea on boat from a very young age. He grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an Ama diver, took on the responsibility of raising a zombie and his much younger brother on her own. During the close season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Tommy was responsible for looking after his brother. Graduating, his mother suggested to end high school, and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He's now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the San Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He's been left in high school on the mainland. Or his grandmother. Okay, cool. He's dead as fuck. No need to worry, zombie. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. I'll hold you to that. The diving minigame will now commence. Follow the instructions to get used to the controls, then press dive when you're ready. Okay, Yuza, this is your first dive, so you won't want to stray too far from the boat. Remember to swim up when you want to come back to the boat. If you don't remember anything else, remember that. Alright, let's go diving, I guess. Begin. Only 2 controls are needed. Move, mouse, look around, left click, perform action. The available actions will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat, depending on the situation. Areas with sea creatures are located will be marked with exclamation. Begin by looking around and try to locate any potential catches. Your oxygen gauge will decrease when diving. Be sure to go back to the boat before it runs out. Turn the boat anytime returning. My viewpoint uploads and letting return to boat. Getting oxygen will continue to decrease on the way back, so don't wait until it's too late. Alright, I immediately drowned. I immediately drowned. I might not be the best diver. I'm gonna die again. Bro, why the fuck do you have no oxygen, bro? Get more oxygen, dipshit. I ranked up. Select a skill to increase. Alright, explores the basics of underwater gathering. Or play the tutorial? No, I'm good. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you'll get at this time of year is probably abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. I'm not reading these out loud because it's just a lot of exposition. Cool. It's not like you have to master everything at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Let's go diving, baby. I got some shit. Level up, baby. There's a question mark over there. Hmm? What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? Oh, get away from me. Ah! The mermaid's curse. Dive failed? Well, all right then. That was freaky. Well, I guess I could keep diving. peek, peek. Is this like a Subnautica game? No. This is more of a visual novel. This is just a little mini game. I dive again. I got the rare thing. Bruh. So what, I can just keep doing this for as long as I want? Okay. I'm assuming the plot wouldn't continue unless you saw that one thing, though. I'm not gonna risk it. Bro, I'm ranking up. We're going back in. I'm not here for plot, I'm here for fishing. I love fishing. I'm missing something. The legendary thing. I probably can't get it here. But what if I swam really far? Oh, we almost died, but we're fine. All right, one more dive, and then we'll continue with the plot. Okay, you know what? I want to see what happens if I were to go down here again. Will it just kill me again? I think it will. Yes. Yes, it does. I agree that they are dangerous. All right. We got a pretty big haul. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. You managed to get a fair bit of diving in, huh? I bet you feel like you got a better grasp on things now. For sure, I feel like my diver rank's gone up at least a bit too. So do you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed, I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we're a bit off the mark, huh? What do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Azama? Before we head back, can we talk for a bit? Sure, what's up? So, when I was diving just now, a giant hole in the seabed you've never heard of before? Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Now that you mention it, there was a pretty big earthquake around here around 3 months ago. Maybe that has something to do with it? Oh, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, you saw a giant hole in the seabed. You'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to try and take a look inside? It's pretty dangerous. I guess I might, yeah. So I went closer to try and get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down into the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you? It swam towards me with his hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something. Man. What did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt like I couldn't resist somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. It sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yuza. That thing you ran into. Do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki, huh? But why would something like that be here? Huh? You've never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuchi is a sort of ghost story around these parts. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an ama diver will come across... Oh, wait. Across another version of themselves, an exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want. And when the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary. But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Well, that's different. Maybe it forgot it at home or something? At home, huh? Is it abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe it left it at home. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful, though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Oh, that damn Tomokazuki, it knows my every weakness. Now that you mention it, though, I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, it was a while ago, you know? Sorry, I got hiccups. So, did anything happen after you took its hand? I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and a bit some sort of hallucination. I see. Yeah, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw. And that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say the Tomokazuki legends might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal. Even if it was a hallucination, the most important thing is that you're safe. Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. Yeah, it's pretty weird. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yep, Simon and Domen. The Emma divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. So, okay, here we go. Time to big brain the plot twist. Are you ready? Hughes is dead and has been replaced. Okay, probably not. But that would be wild, wouldn't it? Keep that in mind. Write that down. That's my theory. Right. That's my current game theory. On absolutely zero evidence. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Interesting. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe, but it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safely. The sea's a dangerous place even without the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see. So without this charm, I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would have been no laughing matter. Tomokazuki. A long time ago, there lived a young Ama diver known for his exceptional swimming skills. The wind's strong and the waves are higher than usual. The young diver dove into the sea but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused, sensing a presence behind her. Turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone, no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down into the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, Together Diver, due to it taking on an identical appearance to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by Ama divers in modern times, and the Seimin and Domen symbols inscribed on the... I accidentally right-clicked. It's the symbols they take with them are claims charms said to protect them from it. Other symbols sworn. The star-shaped symbol is the Simon, and the lattice-like symbol is the Domen. We're going to dive in to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. Got it. Hey, Azami, about the Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Do you think it has anything to do with what we're looking into? Recollection. Unlocked past recollection chapter. Use them in Minakuzuki. Something I want to do. My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must first tell you about the story chart. From here on, you will return to this screen, the story chart, at breaks in the story. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select where you wish to proceed next. If the icon for a chapter is not dim, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing a chapter will unlock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter, for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to pursue as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. If so, did your mom have become an Ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. Is all you wanted to talk about? No, there's more, actually. This might be the most important part. I realize there's something I need to do after this. Something really important. Hey, so you found a new lead down there after all? I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible's gonna happen. Hey, I believe you. Go on. Tell me everything. Okay, this is before the diving. I see, I see. If you say you want to be an amadiver, then of course you got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Sutu. People are bound to talk if you become an amadiver here. You must have some other reason, one big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. It wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kanatiki Show. The building's been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. Hey, Azami. What I'm about to say is going to sound pretty crazy. Do you still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks. I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow at that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by the look on your face. You got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on, I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. Is it okay if I talk a little bit about the disaster 5 years ago? Ah, the disaster, huh? If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. The massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was really terrible. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima 5 years ago resulting in an maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 3 fishing vessels had set out from sea were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but 1 of the 11 fishermen and amadivers on board missing. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. The sole survivor was Yusa Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mare Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoi, were among the victims. Local in the morning reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. Yukiji Nishikawa, 1 passenger, identity unknown, reporting missing. That name seems familiar. Yukiji? Am I stupid? Maybe not. I might be stupid. For some reason, it sounded like a character that was from the first game, but I don't think it is. The sole survivor. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mari and Tosugi put a life buoy on their son, Yuza, and helped them escape the boat before waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chances of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the life buoy, and was successfully rescued. Though he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him in a state of confusion, and he has little memory of what happened at the time. The accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and Emma divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was elected to honor the loss. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor, Yuza, appeared relatively composed in contrast to the grief of those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Zami, having himself lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both his parents before his very eyes. As the investigation continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster, despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. It was not long before speculation began that Mare Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the god of the sea, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden, localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken to her husband, Tosuke. As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Suya Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school in the mainland. He had sent the islanders' resentments beginning to turn towards Yuza, and hoped to shield them from becoming an even greater target of her ire. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mari Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima. But the truth of the accident is still shrouded in mystery, deep scars and suspicions continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster. They were kind of hazy due to shock, but it's great that you're starting to remember. Oh, but... I guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. The things I remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet till now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So, about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a life buoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic, and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine, that's something really scary. The waves are knocking me around, so I did everything I had just to hold on to the buoy. In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. Or anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. But right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down to the depths of the sea, life buoy and all. Huh? You got pulled under? But I thought... Yeah. Up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now, I was pulled down underneath the waves. I remember being caught in the current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. But then someone grabbed my hand. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? Exactly. You were saved by a mermaid. I'm sure of it. And it looked exactly like what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? It was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which means I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had, and if that's the case, I'm going to be super embarrassed. At least he's being very realistic about that. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now. Right? So you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. And I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat in a storm like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You gotta have some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Man, who would have guessed that there were mermaids here in Issei? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Makes sense. So that's why you're looking for them, huh? Well, if we manage to find them, I gotta thank them for saving you too. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I could find anything. Wait, are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers, if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it. Thanks, Azami. I owe you one. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have more of a lead before we head out there. About that, do you mind if I say something crazy? Again? Sure, what's up? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember, Miss Mare. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. But even to me, she never seemed to really fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? Said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her. Stuff like that. Guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in community activities and almost never participated in local events. Felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders somehow. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered, was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Gran never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Occupation, Yuza's mother. Fantastic job. But she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains and that she had to leave her home. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking the story's going towards right now, Bakiri, but we'll see. Listened to the Yama lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for freediving. With Tsuyu Mizuki acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Tsuyu's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. Two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yusa. Unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, many islanders continued to question whether her presence might be cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her non-conformist ways and somewhat naive personality meant that she was absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she moved there, seemingly looking for something, or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Tsuyu Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mare under Tsuyu's watchful eye. The three generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in the disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You can say that, but I think you're getting pretty similar to her. What? Really? What's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I'm so blind. A blind fool! Yeah, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there are a few things that always bothered me. Oh? For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. There's also a natural at ama diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. I guess that is all pretty weird, huh? That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. What is that, a fish scale? It's huge. It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always figured she'd held on to it because it was a rare find. Once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder, what fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding onto it? Well, hold it right there. You're not saying I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was my mom. I think it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Yeah, but she turned back to a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. After hearing your story, I can't just dismiss it out of hand either. That's really the case. My mom really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. Maybe because they're still treated as missing instead of dead, but it still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just going to show up at home again like nothing ever happened. Even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. My mom really does have some sort of... Fuck me. Maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the other have of her anyway. I see. Do you think by trying out amber diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? Maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. If I really am descended from mermaids somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Oh, right, I haven't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure if you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay, I think I got the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I haven't been this happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either, and what they say about your mom. If there's anything I can do to clear the air, I want to help. Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, I don't know how people will react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. Might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking to your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be for the best. Oh, we got that settled. How about we head out tomorrow morning? That sound good to you? Yep, I'm doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. So having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well, sorry, I can't say right now. If I manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. Well, as long as you'll tell me later, it's all good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Tsukasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. But how would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Sasaka's going back to the mainland, and I'd hate to bother her. Dude, still, knowing Tsukasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See, I knew he'd be here. Whoa, speak of the devil. Ah, when did you two get here? Oh, talking about something you didn't want us to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. Oh boy, another person whose name is childhood friend. Tsukasa Awado. Oh wow. Coming in for a summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends and has been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began, having long been interested in the AMA lifestyle. Her estimated diver rank is 6, however her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. She has been friends with Azami Kumo and Musa Minakuchi since childhood, but their close report making up their difference in academic years, and it was more common to find her playing with the two boys than with girls her own age up until middle school. For leaving the island to attend high school, she's grown. Well, fuck me. Boys and girls and fish. Oh, wow. Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Tsukasa. I was powerless to resist. I refused at first, but Azami insisted and... Oh? Tell me more. You might as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? Enigmatic girl. A mysterious girl currently lodging with Shinobu Wakamura. Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived, claiming that she was the child of a relative of the Wakamuras. And it is holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. Those who know about Wakamura's high-interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers, sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing. It doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. Huge TV fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in Wakamura household, with her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. Good friends with Tsukasa, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves. Let's all calm down, okay? It's not like that. We were just having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure, anyway. Hey, don't just brush me off. You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess, you know? I'll interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't showed up to the association meeting, Azami. You should probably get going. Oh, damn the meeting! It totally slipped my mind. Sorry, Yuza. I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem. Thanks for coming even though you're so busy. Guess we'll be on our way too then. Sorry, but we've got some important business of our own to handle. Won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. Unlock past recollection chapter. Sato Shiranami. So you did hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came out. I didn't want to be nosy though. I see. Well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I don't know what you guys are up to. You piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me more about it all later, okay? See you later. Come on, Sato. Roger. Roger. Oh, one more thing. Better not forget about the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he'd better remember too. Sure, I'll tell him later. So Sato is one of the characters that we see throughout the plot. Okay. Mind if I take a short break, chat? Need to go to the bathroom and refill my water. I'm back, bitches. What did I miss? A dancing fish? Cool. Sato, you got a sec? So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this.
Nope.
Thanks, Pixel. Sir, what's up? If you've got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Wow, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. But I think the walking, talking kinda implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know that even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Tsukasa. Right, but you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with nowhere else around then. Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Yes? You mean us? Yes, sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions. Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamishima. I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where that is? The Wakamura residence? May I ask who you are? Oh, of course. Please pardon my manners. My name is Yumeko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. Yumeko Shiki. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. Soto Kiryu. Age secret. Great. Oh, you must be guests for the old man. Wakamura home is just up the slope after you head through the alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. What the fuck? Unlocked past recollection chapter Yumeko Shiki. Oh, they're up to some bullshit. They're up to some bullshit. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. Ah, those two had really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guests. Yeah, there was something about them. Don't you think that was kind of aura that sorcerers would give off? Ah, you know, I know what you're getting at. I heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. Shinobu Wakamura, the single most influential person at Kamishita. Born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom. Through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he amassed a small fortune. Best his fortune in the development of Kamishima, only upgrading its fishing equipment, also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island. Efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, serving as head of Kamishita Fisheries Cooperative Association. It is said that the appointment the next mayor of Kamishima is all but confirmed. Admires so many contributions, his personally leaves much to be desired. Many stories of him using force to get things to go his way. He's often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his position makes it difficult to oppose him. Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added a loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. He has recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo. Often relies on their guidance when making decisions. They did say that they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Whatever. Come on, Sato. Let's go. Yep. Okay, this spot should work just fine. Oh man, now that I'm actually going to talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. This little bay is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists. Makes it a great place to talk in secret. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice? Let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Tsukasa? Well, I do want your advice, but I'm not really sure where to start. Oh, I guess this really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start off with another topic to loosen her up. Oh, Staka, that reminds me. Did you guys have that 2-hour suspense drama the other day? Ah, right. You said that you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Ma was watching a period drama. Darn, that actor you liked had a good part. It turned out to be the killer, though. I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. Wish we had a VCR like yours. You can record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. How many houses on the island have one, though? Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. You love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. Really can't get enough of your TV. You think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well, I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. Nice, you should thank old man Wakamura for letting you watch as much as you want. We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even when I'm at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Ma. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations in school, you know? TV's just got too much influence on everyone. Can't blame them either. It's pretty fun. TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah, what happened? They say an ama diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Oh yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an ama diver is. Yeah, even I had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go just a little further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary. You be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was that story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. Whoa, I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea? I just hope it isn't like a curse or anything. Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. That old Amma granny's always told us. We islanders live with the sea, never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Amma divers wear charms and mind proper rites, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint towards the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you really brightened up. Might be thanks to all the TV. Oh, was I really that gloomy before? Yeah, up until about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time, like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Oof, so that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. This you? Way better. Having fun stuff really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon after the Obon holidays are over. Yeah, I head back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. I'm hearing the day after tomorrow come up a lot. Sounds like some shit's gonna go down. Right, time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. you ever seen that movie, The Day After Tomorrow? I feel like I have. It sounds familiar. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. What am I gonna do? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. So the plans we were talking about for the day after tomorrow, I guess is a get together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with Azami and Yuza. I couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense. You're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff. Just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then? No way. They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Oh yeah, I've seen that movie. A very long time ago, though. Man, can't believe my summer break's almost coming to an end. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So the thing is, I think I like someone. Alright, go on. Well, we'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while I'm still on the island. Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV before. I, probably know a thing or two that can help. For sure. Yeah, you don't sound like that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just don't really know what to do. So which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? Who do you mean? Oh, no way! Don't tell me you think I like Azami or Yuza! Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance. They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Damn, they got friend zoned. No, sorry, they got worse. They got brother zoned. Oops, sorry, I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV. But I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now. Whoa, don't sweat it. Really, no dying. But then, who is it? No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. Ah, Mr. Wakamura's son. I see, I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you'd like him. Right, he's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he saw me as a kid. Figured he'd never be interested. I know I go to school in the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an ama diver. I think I might see him more as an adult now. More than before, anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you want to let him know how you feel while he was still on the island? Maybe it's all just one-sided on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. Then I'll tell him I'm with you. For those around him early age, that he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. Well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he has been blessed with a sharp intellect. Good looks and a variety of talent. Currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishita for summer break. Father wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth to spend much of his life building up. Shotaro himself has no inclination of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular lays of island society, regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. So he hates his dad. Got it. You're staying with the Wakuras right now, right? Yeah. Know anything about him that might help? Referred Mr. Business Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything? I'm afraid I'm not sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then what about his life? Something he'd be happy to get. Let me think. Sorry, nothing's coming to mind at all. I really might as well just go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You gotta stop joking about dying like that. I want to tell Star how I feel by the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? I'm pretty sure I can ask Taro to meet us somewhere. We'll organize that for now and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Oh, sounds good. Thanks so much, Sato. So, you kicked down ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call? That's the plan, yeah? Yep, since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. A classic method. I like it. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, whatever, weather's looking good. Alright, then I'll ask him to come by the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Yeah, you can just have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course, I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks, I'll write it even if it kills me too. Oh, I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there. Huh? Is that who I think it is? Back it is, it's Totaro. Oh wow, speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Hi, bro. Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up for today's association meeting. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. Ah, I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? Knew I could count on you, Tsukasa. I'll let you handle it then. Sure, no problem. Oh man, he called me by my name. I'm so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's find those two. Bet they're up at the Katakisho ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind ya. Got it, and that's when they meet up with me and slightly over here. So who is this Yumeko person that we're about to see? Yumeko Shiki and Soto Kiryu head to the coast of Futamagura after receiving a report about a strange corpse found there. Miss Shiki, there you are. Is it? Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands. Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly didn't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. But I do know what it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it. So right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. I sure am glad it happened while you're still here, though. But with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all, I can't talk. Prefectural Police Detective, Masaru Uede. There is our cadaver then. Still in the water over there where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over here, I see. This is Futamigara, a coastline just northeast of Ise City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around. Certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as simple tourists. So we're not on the island right now. Okay. Do we know what the situation is when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. From the sound of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's early. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where is that local now? We got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. I see. So this is the corpse in question, huh? That's a fucking weird-ass corpse. Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now, almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. How does those will have any way of confirming their identity? Their identity? Given the state of the body, it's probably be difficult to confirm based on actual facial features. But we might have a chance using dental records. But that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I see. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been made in man-made in origin. Sorry, hiccups. Mermaid mummy. Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. Some temples are trying to discontinue public viewings. Countries, the mummies. Man-made in origin. Quality of some created in the Edo period is particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. Revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. You won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? Thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied. It could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied. Chat, should we touch tail? We'll save the best for last. It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulders downward. All the mermaids I've ever heard from have the fish half start from the waist down. If it's a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do the research? Really, several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends have their faces as the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do their research then. This really is a corpse. I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up like this, desiccated, if I had been in the sea this whole time. I think there's a possibility that they tried, it shriveled up into a mummy-like state, and their body fell into the sea and got washed up here. It makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. There's no sign of any external wounds. I can't see at least anything that would have caused their death. The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If it was a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. We really do have a mermaid on our hands. Do you think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating a mermaid's flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, detective. Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. I see. I suppose that's a natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. We might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try and keep it hidden. What is that? With so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Hit of Ide has been a huge help on us so far. We might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. This is vision ability. So far, all it's done is made the sticker easier to see. Well, I think we have a decent grasp of the situation now. What's your opinion, Soto? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Just as expected, then. I suppose that's no surprise. Huh? What was that just now? We'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound a bit absurd, but please bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as a result of a curse. Well, shit. That's quite a curse. What? A former human? And a curse too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not going to fly in the case report by itself. Mind explaining a bit more to me? Of course. Let's start with an explanation of our circumstances then. I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course, leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. Ah, confound it. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, aren't you part of some secret department in the security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not going to get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I? No need to worry. I know it'll come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand, the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Currently only 5 members in the unit. Including the chief, they use like network of psychic contacts contradict system in their cases. Current chief of paranormal affairs is a man named Kuryu Nagagoshi. One family of psychics who have been able to say. Not sure he really exists. Got it. So this is the same explanation as the first game. Geez, the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, huh? Though, if there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely. I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake. Well, after seeing that corpse over there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Oh, does that mean you have a spirit sense or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I'd rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Soda here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes. Spiritual work, huh? You're gonna say that like it's just another job. It really makes me feel like you're talking about another industry entirely. You really are just a housewife, Miss Yuki. Why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't this all be more his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigation to us. We'll also handle the report. More specifically, Soto will. His fucking face! He's like, God damn it! Really? Thanks. That's a great help. Not again. Hey, Tetsuo! My boy! So Tetsuo knows her. The Tensai Shiki, and Soto is her cherished protege. We don't know anything about Soto yet. Got it. Pretty basic stuff. So, does that mean you came all the way to beat me because you knew something like this was going to happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, Detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, the situation hasn't come as a huge surprise. Well, if that's the case, was the body from the other day one of those cases too, then? It was indeed, yes. Seriously? That does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If the lesson's the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, Detective. None of mine old cold stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. It's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have a good deal of reason for keeping it under wraps after all. I think that would be wise, yes. Well, I never would have thought there's a curse out there that could turn people into fish. It only half worked, so that they'd end up looking like a mermaid. It's bound to cause some misunderstandings. The curse is originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. Thought that it might mean there really are mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones we hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm nor deny things there. Oh, I get why you're asking about the corpse's identity now. It's because you realize they used to be human, right? That's right. Very recently, too. The transformation likely happened yesterday, or even earlier today. What? That recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this just after a day? They certainly could. Seriously? These curses sure are scary. I'll get forensics to take a look when they get here then. Please do. The investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Ah, right, the case from yesterday. Great, that should save us some effort then. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure is a scary world to live in. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense as well. There's been times I've caught sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. When I looked into it later, I found the place I walked by in the site of an accident or the like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if you realize you're aware of them, you see. Geez, what would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something. There is that danger, yes, in the event that you are possessed. You may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Oh, headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. People have their personalities taken over when possessed. It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship with the target, such as if they were siblings or parent and child. But you almost never hear of people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. That's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly. Hence the prevalent of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Huh, so that's how things work then. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that, so I think I should be fine. Having a serious sense seems like it's more trouble than it's worth somehow. Now what? No, officially, when I signed in with the hours, you had special permission to accompany. Ah, okay. So he's a psychic detective. Soto can create a feast of shadows, huh? Interesting. That was the thing that made all the problems in the original game. He likes swords too. It says he can make it up to 1 kilometer, which I don't think is as big as the one from the first game, that's for sure. I'm just gonna slowly read these myself. Cool. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Ma'am? What is it? How about I could use my shotgun ability and see if it produces any results? Ah, that's an excellent idea. I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeve. Shotgun? What does that do? patience, detective. You'll see soon enough. Right. There, it's done. Oh, so Reno did it. Well done, Soto. What's this all about, then? Soto can see the face of the deceased from a piece of their remains, however small. He can then sketch their features based on what he saw. Ah, so that's how you got a sketch of the victim in that other case. Well, that would be priceless if we could use it on the force, you know? Well, I heard it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? What? Excuse me, what? His face, it's Somakawa. Okay, maybe not. Who's Somakawa? Wait, Somakawa? You can't mean... Yep, I saw it, Yugi. I can't... This story is so out of order, man. And I don't hate that, but it's kind of interesting. Alright, let's go think about the corpse that they saw before this one. So this is before what we just saw. This is interesting because the previous game was super non-linear, was super linear in terms of its storytelling, despite jumping around between different characters. Seems like this one is leaning more into non-linear storytelling. Welcome, man. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones are found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You're clearing everything with the local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt. Signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems like I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let's hear the full report. Understood. I check for stickers, chat. You don't understand. To begin, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past where I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so he notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So he picked it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. One possibly comes to mind. Will you hear me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamashita Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago? Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it. Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total, but they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10 and another 10 and so on. So roughly one body every 10 years. Indeed, I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal currents currently in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd never have known, in other words. It was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. This was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed. I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. And there's one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana relieved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a cursed echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A cursed echo in armor? Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location. It appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. Well, the Heike? I'm not too sure. The Heike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in Ise province, they explained their influence reaching great heights under Taira no Kimori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what was now known as the Genpei War. Ah, yes, of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. The resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. Really based on the Kanto region. Anything. 4 generations on from Kohira, Paranormasight consolidated the family influence of Ise. Got it. I think I'm up to date. The katana that Curse Echo carries. I believe it may have been the famed blade Nukimaru. Nukimaru? Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. I think your love of swords has proved rather useful here. So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse? I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. Good job, MRL. At the very least, it offers an explanation for these mysterious perfect cuts. Well, the body's being dumped every decade. Surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. Oops. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse that disposes of the bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a curse stone. They are killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone. Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually. Didn't you hear? Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If the curse stone is low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of the Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. Wait, that's not even happening? Yeah, but stuff still happened. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Like, a girl still died. Well, I don't know. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. Unless this game takes place in the timeline where we didn't stop it. I don't think so, though. No verse in that area. Those old Tokyo phones are the best. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your Shangan, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. So who is this guy, dude? Is it someone we know? No. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of those methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. As a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Darn, would have made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Ah, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals? Ah, good point. Someone might recognize them if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things now that we know there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, we all know how much you love your home. Bitch just wants to sleep and make love. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishita are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we've made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The sea is broken. There's no doubt about it. It's already broken? This isn't good. The seal, not sea. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, so there's a silver lining, at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have about 2 or 3 days of safety. And we got a bit of a breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Tashima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishita South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishita was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer, and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. I hope we could do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? That's the girl that became fish and died. Who's that? Just someone from the town passing by? Ah, she bolted. Soto, after her. On it. Hey, stop. Let me go. I didn't do nothing wrong. We've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? 1 second. There's a resemblance, but I think it's not much of a resemblance. Yeah, the hair color is different. Prepping for an art. He's a sorcerer. Leave him alone. He needs to be extra. What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like to take a quick look at. Do you recognize his face at all? We believe he may have been around here at 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. I see. Hey, could you point us in the direction of someone who might know something about people coming and going into town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Alright, sorry for holding you up. Bro, she is sus. What a peculiar woman. Feels like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Brown and blue? Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is the mom. I don't know. Excellent. Let's hear it. Might as well the one. As for on the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed, apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old woman about 5 years ago. It's starting to sound more and more like this is the mom. Supposedly, she used to work as an ama diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. It's starting to sound more and more like it. But these days, she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Sorry, according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems either. Still, it seems odd that she'd get worked up about strangers coming into town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were at the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right, I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. You'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. We're able to get her name. Apparently her last name is Somakawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somakawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time consuming background checks to Detective Vtuber. Very well, I'll inform him. Okay, so interesting thing. Mare Minakuchi, her eyes are both brown and blue. Both of them are. And then we look at Somakawa, and one is blue and the other is brown. Something's going on there. So I don't think they're the same person, but they're definitely related to them, or something happened to them. If that makes sense. Something happened to Mare that made her this, or something else happened. I don't know. But they do have a very similar resemblance in terms of their hair and everything like that. So I do think they're connected very heavily, if not the same person. You'll love to see it, chat. I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. It would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. I guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Vtuber then. Don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. So this means that the woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? It's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot. Thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Vtuber's hands. Agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somakawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Vtuber look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end, too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the cursed stones. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called Curse of the Raging Waves, without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we could do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worst comes to worst, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try and find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' key safe instead. Indeed, they said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside the model of a mermaid mummy. Rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully some of the influence there will relieve us of the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Ma'am? What is it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but opened up since we're the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. A mermaid? Really? Oh, I was gonna say, like, didn't we, like, how could that be? Oh, because it's been a few hours, right? That same person reported it to a local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse. That couldn't be more suspicious, could it? Exactly. They're uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? Did they describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes, they said from the head to the shoulders it was a human, but below that entirely fish. It was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human. They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. They thought it resembled a local ama diver named Kamiko Suma. Wait, another corpse? Do we know a Tamika? What? Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. It's likely what's worried the witness the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. God damn, dude. This is gonna get really hard to track. This is very non-linear storytelling. And this is just the start. I know, right? Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I had much choice when it's someone bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, was it? And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade. That's hardly important right now. You're also known as Ukakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? Ukakudono. Yoshitatsu Yamashina. He's researching immortality. And he's also one of the reasons for Wakamura rising into power. Here you've been doing some under-the-table research into immortality. And? So what if I am? Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. You can laugh all you want. What has it got to do with the police, anyway? It seems in this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. I must use my psychic powers to find dumb birds. Bird up. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning. What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into the police custody. No idea what you're on about. Of course you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram. Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Ukakuno? Oh no, whatever you pronounce that. I know everybody got quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless, the lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out here strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches. My, what a scathing review. Would a resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Please don't call me that. Are you even searching for a successor, though? Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it you're struggling. Though I could see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to concede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, That might have been true when I started my research. I take it that isn't the case now. I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. I don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research, for medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we could say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. I don't trust you, bro. I've already chosen my successor. We need to harp on it. I've already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you has also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes. Doesn't take a genius to feed it. One of those phony psychic types, are you? Phony? I hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Don't know if it's because of this whole cult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. That Wakamura over on Kamishita is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Wakamura? You can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You're going around with some phony psychic who tells me all I need to know. How dare you? So calm down. He can think what he wants. There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I want to say was that just that. A legend. It has no basis in reality at all. How can you be so sure? Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, I was to say they aren't just living and hiding. Legend of the Yao Bakuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it. Do you mean to say those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always the chance that there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figured you were trying to buff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. Now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. You admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in sort of a mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. Are you gonna hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easy. You don't think that rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. Seems he lived in the Izishima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed? This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. Who might this Wakamura be? Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over at Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. The phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You heard right. Since then there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me that layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. That's the reason he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima. They moved the AC hotel block to March 10th. Fuck! The battle rate. Why? How dare they delay the battle? Is this good or bad for us? I don't know. I guess it's like indifferent. It just means that we have to wait longer to know if we're gonna actually have a hotel or not. Fucking crazy. Did they give a reason why they delayed it? No, I guess it doesn't matter. And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes or criminals just pull out curses left and right? You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about the curse? Hell, if I remember, why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself? Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to? Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself. Of course, we will be sure to do so. I'll make sure that Mermaid gets studied. Don't you worry about that. I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Davide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow. As I was saying, part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. I suppose he has an image to maintain. How about this then? If you agree to give it the Mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality, which suggests to me that you found something you consider quite conclusive. Ah, what are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. They don't say, and? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha! I knew it! More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. So they have a lifespan of 800 years. That's right, as the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse Mermaid placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor a salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whoever you loved or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did. Have you ever considered being a Twitch streamer? I mean, like, we already deal with a revolving door of friends. Not a problem. Suppose that makes sense. Still, there's always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. And what exactly are those conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. So even a person who is an 800-year immortal wouldn't know they are until they died. and their soul essentially gets transported to a new body. Interesting. That means one of the characters could already be an 800-year-old immortal and not even know it. But I could say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit! Ain't no way that is anything other than a mermaid. What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right, which is why I could say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So what is this thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had to dissect it and had it examined, all results will point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor fool deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Really, even you're not so hard-hearted to deny them that. Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hoopla if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the research institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I think you already had the mermaid dissected then. They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but it should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on mortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you on charges of abandonment and discretion of a corpse. Alright, have it your way. I'm so glad you come around. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding then? I suppose you could call it the eternal world. The eternal world? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu? And how do you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Ha! You can claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum. That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I have heard of one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Tashihima, or like... What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Ha, caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all. I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. Interesting. So an island that seems to have disappeared. Just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids. I see. Sounds like you got a capable young hand. But I suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual? Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Hey, MRL, if you're gonna be... then just leave, you know? You don't need to vocalize that you're bored of this game. You can just leave. You don't need to tell us that you dislike the game. You can just walk away. No one's forcing you to watch the bored visual novel game. Not interested? Then this meeting's over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. Hey there, you dudes. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible. No problem. Go ahead. Well, I was thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists would actually see it. Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over? So did you meet up with Master Yamashima? Yes, thank you again for your help there. Seems he's willing to hand the body over without a fuss. Really? That's great. So why was some big shot tycoon go all the way to trouble to withhold a body? I think I heard is you could probably take him in on charges of just creating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? I'll observe you, detective. I can't, of course, explain it to you if you'd like to know more. Oh, wait a second. Is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Man, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. I never met the guy. He was pretty wary of you picking with the police. He didn't even try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Oh, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You don't sound very sure about that. Check the ground. That's as far down as I can go. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around and ask about that sketch you gave me. We finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. First to recognize him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago he was 19, no? On the sound of it, this guy had no relatives to speak of. Left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. He doesn't know what happened to him after that. And I see how it would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did you get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Kippe Akoma. Kippe Akoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put up his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't be surprising me if those are his remains. I'll keep looking into Akoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Or there's always a possibility we just got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. Interesting. The woman we spoke to said the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was a coma. Well, that accurate? Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how do you even make that sketch? There's nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right, guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. I also looked at that lady you were asking about, Somakawa. Did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't been registered as a resident even though she moved in here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somakawa in the civil registry either. I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? It happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come in here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. Seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yeah, but there's something I've been wondering about. Let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishita Southern Sea disaster? Big maritime disaster that struck 5 years ago. One of the victims of the disaster was an ama diver and housewife from the Kamishita by the name of Mari Minakuchi. But it seems like her maiden name was Somakawa. Oh, she's... Okay, I'm glad that it's actually getting into this. Because I was worried, I was like, is me noticing the resemblance of the two causing me to get spoiled on a plot? The answer is no. They're making you... They're providing the connection immediately. That's good. I'm supposed to clue into that. So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, so you thought they might be related to Do. I'm glad it wasn't just me. Seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was saying that Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. Do you think she then moved to Ihikaja and started going by her old name of Somakawa again? That's right. What do you think? Seems like a long shot, but maybe? But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ikija for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster? Right, she only had her old memories to rely on. It wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It's difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. And it's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. This kind of thing's more likely than you think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somakawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto? If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come out to resemble Miss Somakawa. My thoughts exactly. So you agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over at Kamishita thinks this Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of a taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be the odd if she felt she just couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems a good reason anyway why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. She really is related to the storm 5 years ago. She's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave the talking to Miss Somakawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. That never happens because she's fucking dead! That means my mom might be dead, guys. Let's hear what Detective... I already... I'm just having to find myself looking at it, that's all. Rather talk inside, though there's no air conditioner, though it's probably cooler out here. That's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Wait. That's it, I remember now! The sole survivor of Tashima. His surname was Somakawa. There was something else about Somakawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's about all I have to report. The sole survivor of Taishima also had the last name of Somakawa. Interesting. I don't know. Thank you, Detective. That's all very informative. As for our next move, you guys should keep looking into the Kipe Ikoma for us. Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somakawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you had business at Kamishima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. Sure are devoted to your husband. Very much, though I do worry as he never eats properly when I'm not around. Please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if there's something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be a help. Will do. You're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer it if it didn't. We're counting on you, Detective. Yes, we find a corpse. Bad news, man. It seems we were a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Somakawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somakawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and head out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. Foreign man. Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh! Soda, what's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming. My body won't move. What's going on? That girl over there. Is she doing this? Who the fuck are you? You can withstand this curse. You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voltes Bernoma, guardian spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numerous. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. It seems like they've saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somakawa? So you know who Miss Somakawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Man, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of blinding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good an opportunity as any. It's a Fire Emblem LARPer. See if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Use Soto to use curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal to him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Let's save. Can we assume this foreign man who took Miss Somakawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? What are you trying to follow them? Now, there's no need to be so upright. How about we stop all this and just use a bit? Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus. How can I make her drop her focus? You only have remarkable strength for your age. Why might even be too much for us? What's the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. What are we threatening? Or we'll have you taken for obstruction. Wait, you're with the police? I can see her dropping her guard when she says, wait, you're with the police. Despite appearances, yes, defying us get you into quite the heavy punishment. I see, you must be from Paranormal Affairs. Then I definitely can't do what you say. What? You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? You kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? I don't be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this, On a rebellious age. Yeah, did I miss my chance already? You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? The relic? What? You know about the relic? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. This is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. We're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. Her eyes are closed. God damn it. I lost my chance. No, so you're unwilling to cooperate with, but you need the relic yourself. So you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already? I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. So you can stop now. Ma'am? Ah, you grown-ups and you dirty tricks! You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here? Ugh. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Let thee guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. What? She broke the binding? Bye-bye. You bitch! Don't you realize that woman dies? What's up with you, bitch? Ugh, confound it. Stop right there. Looks like she's given us the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I assume she is indeed affiliated with them? Yes, it seems her name is Circe Lunar Light. What a fucking mage-ass name. Jesus Christ, she is a Fire Emblem LARPer. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange. Part of her spiritual training, as I understand it. And the Lunar Light family, I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us, then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. We seem to know about Somikawa, too. I got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that's true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. And so, unfortunately, Somikawa immediately dies. Which is like, right here. So we definitely shouldn't, yeah, so she fucking dies, but a grubby wooden box, too. This is just if you want to go diving. So there's apparently something else that I could do here, but I'm not sure what yet, if anything. to go like down another path. For now, I think I gotta do this. If I go resume, it should tell me like... There's something else from Underwater Gathering. Right here. There's something that I missed here, apparently. I think I might not have enough information for that quite yet. So let's do this right now. Hey, Azami, Yuza, over here. Good timing. I just got back too. Well, Saka, how'd it go? Hey, not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out. 2 whole scallops. Usually, you don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. Sure I do. That was hard work. You should be praising me. How many use altitude did you go on your first dive again? 16, I think. No way! Are you kidding me? Guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving. Ah, dang it. Now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Tsukasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be ama divers. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True, you always know the best thing to say, Sato. But for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast. Guess I should have seen that coming. So what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you. Right, we promise we'd do whatever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen. Now that's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us to go for a swim in the sea. Ooh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that just for fun. Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even brought a new swimsuit for this. You got one picked out too, right, Sato? Sure do. And after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks. And then, let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today. Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Then let's do this. Scallops are delicious. Ah, there's a shark and it's coming this way. Better watch out, Azami. Ah, that was a close one, Azami. What the heck? I'm a good swimmer. There's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark. It's okay, I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this, Finn. Something to remember me by. Keep it with you always. Look at them all so happy right now, chat. How's it gonna all go wrong? Sorry, Yuza, I don't really dig shark fins that much. Ugh, my heart. Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface. It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty. Aw, that shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark like that instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. One grilled squid coming right up. Ah, don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. See how you like it. Catch this. Ow, ow, that's hot. You did that to yourself. Hey, check out this huge sea snail Tsukasa caught. It's massive. That's right, I may still be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow that lighter? Sure. Want some squid too? Oh, so I can just grill it directly? Yeah, that's Kamashima's specialty. Firework style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? Ah, the juice is going everywhere. It burns. Whoops, sorry. My hand slipped. There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show. Huh? Do I gotta do something more diving? Yeah. Oh, wait, here's something new. Oh, no, I'm going back immediately instead of talking about the hole. I don't know if this does anything. I took your catch to the market while you were changing. Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep this up, you shouldn't be able to make a healthy profit even with the price of gas. I have to keep at it then. There you are, Azani. Don't tell me you went out fishing today. Oh, Chie, how's your back doing? Not gonna get any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking their boats out right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear. Yeah, but it was more of a warning than a rule, and the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay. You should know better than that, Azami. You youngins never listen, do ya? Veteran Ama diver Chie Toyama. Her estimated diver rank is 67. Jeez. I'm only ranked 7. I'm going out the Minakuchi boy of all people. Actually, Zami only took out of his boat because I asked him to help out with my work. Wait a dang second. You don't tell me you went out to dive. Why do you ask? I did, but why do you ask? Am I not allowed to be an Ama diver? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. What? Why? You're just a member of the association, same as everyone else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine, right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become Ama divers, but it's not like it's forbidden or anything. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying he shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Everyone agreed to put up with him being on the island for Suyu's sake. Now he gets it in his head to go diving of all things. Have you no sense, boy? God, you're an asshole. Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Suyu. You not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble. Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving, you hear? Hey now, you don't think that's going to be it far? There's no need to lay into Yuzo like that. Zami. What? You really don't think anything of all this? After what his mother did? Nope, not at all. Yuzo hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of the disaster too, maybe more than anyone else. Recently, there's been strange rumbling coming from the sea. The same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They're bracing themselves for another big disaster. Oh, is that what you meant by the storm? The weather forecast said things are going to stay calm for a bit, though. To hell with the weather forecast. It didn't save us 5 years ago. Anyhow, you see why we gotta stay in the god of the sea's good graces? Not doing anything to upset them, got it? She's just a straight hater. She is, yeah. Don't let it get you down, Yuza. She isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folks here are all pretty firm in their beliefs, I guess. Yeah, it's only natural. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Still, I didn't think she'd get that mad. Guess they have a bigger chip on their shoulders about all this than I thought. Seems like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. Yeah. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things there was one of my reasons for becoming an Ama diver. Yeah, everyone's been avoiding the topic till now, but that can't go on forever. Hey, you two! Hmm? Oh, it's Kikuko. Yeah, you two over there. Can I get some help with these boxes here? I need to get them to the warehouse. Local Amadiver, Kikuko Tsui. It's a birthmark, according to that profile. Yeah, thanks. I know I can rely on you youngins to help out. Youngins? You're a youngin too, Kuro. Ah, how kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones who say that, though. I was told out of nowhere just to make sure everything valuable was stowed away just in case a storm hits. What a pain. So you're getting ready for the storm too? Yep. Pretty silly when the weather's this good, though. Not like I can say no, though. Speaking of pains, I overheard Chie giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an Amadiver, Yuza? Oh, that was the plan. It's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even began. Why now? Didn't you come here to look after Suyu? Yes, but I still have to work, and I've always been interested in Amadiving. Gran was also pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought it might cheer her up a bit. Ah, so you want to follow in Suyu's footsteps. So you must have noticed everyone was on edge just at the thought of you coming back here. They hear you went diving, they're likely in a bit of an uproar. Are they really that set against Yuza going in the sea? Never heard anyone say anything like that. No, they don't say it when you can hear it. Everyone loves you here. They know you're close with Yuza. They probably feel they can't be tough on him with you around. What was that? Oh, never mind. Forget I said anything. We can't deny there's been a creepy rumbling coming from the sea recently, though. It's no wonder everyone's unnerved. Some sort of disaster does end up happening again, and Yuza gets caught doing something he wasn't meant to. That'll probably be it for him. Yeah, that's what I don't get. People seriously believe Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's so stupid. Hey, I honestly think it's stupid too. But the truth is there are a bunch of people who believe it, so making a fuss about it isn't going to get you anywhere, right? That even if this storm doesn't come in the end, a different kind of storm's already be brewing. A different kind of storm. Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told, and no one will get on your case, yeah? Give me a break. Why does he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Kamishima, just like everyone here. Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? Maybe. But I can't just ask my gran to move somewhere else at her age. You just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Does mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back here after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seemed like he knows more than he lets on, though. Now I think about it, why don't you just ask Suyu what she knows? Suyu. I've already asked Gran about it countless times. She says she doesn't know anything. And you don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it's her, right? You might be right. It's pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. You know, I do feel bad for you, but you just gotta grin and bear it, for everyone's sake, eh? Thanks for the help, you two. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? hero really seemed like she didn't know anything. But folks are way more on edge than I thought. Yeah, I've gotten the sense that I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. I didn't think they trying to make a living here would lead to that much backlash. I didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much, that they were so suspicious of her. Because the timing wasn't great either. Everyone wound up over these ill omens that are happening right now. Still, I'm not sure now that my mom must have had some sort of secret. I'm almost certain it had to do with what we're looking into. If everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. If anytime I ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. Did it just move this to, like, show me more on the timeline where all this takes place? Yeah, I think so. So that means this corpse doesn't show up until much later on in the timeline. Curse of timeline realignment. What is this timeline then? This seems weird. Like, this event seems weird. Like, something about this one doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Something about this doesn't make sense. I gotta go to the bathroom again though, so I'll be right back. The reason I'm thinking about this is because I have a feeling this game's gonna do a similar thing to the first game, where it's gonna say, find the true ending somewhere on the story chart. And so I gotta make sure I keep in mind of suspicious places to check at the end of the game. All right, I'll be right back. wake up. I'm back. Okay. Alright, so some of these timelines, shit, I'm suspicious of, but for now we're just gonna keep going. Sorry for computer noises, my hand tracker's being a bitch. Actually, what the fuck? Where? It's plugged in. Its light's on. Why isn't it working? Hand tracker, why? Oh, fuck. Why are you doing this when I'm trying to fix my animal? Something's wrong with my hand tracker. Let's try restarting the tracking service. What the fuck is it doing? Give me a second. I'm fixing my hand tracker. It's being weird. There we go. That was weird. Not sure what that was about. Did anything that I asked about your mom? It's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this. Assuming Gran and Grant's talk about it anyway. Whoops, didn't mean to click on that, but honestly, Wakamura residence going there first makes sense. You two again? What are you two doing here? Ah, she's here too. We're chatting about something important right now. Scram! I guess we got no choice but to come back later, huh? Yeah, you can play with the turtle. Welcome back, Yusa. Oh, and Azami's here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? Fucking hand tracker is being a real bitch. How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Gran, about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an avid diver, but I found myself forced to leave the very day of my green debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, gee, and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? You sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say. Tsuyu Minakuchi. She has a rivalry with Chie. She lost her husband in the war. Damn. And she also lost her fucking sons. I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I could think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of the things there if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. You sure there's not a particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I could think of. The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom, but I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom. Well, alright, I'll be honest with you. Mary wasn't actually human. Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait, don't tell me you believe that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Wait, you were joking? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you. But you sure turned the tables on me. You don't want to prank around me like that. I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza. Oh, and here I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. No good. She's not giving us the slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be willing to talk if we had more information. So, how did your dive in the bay go? The dive went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson, Yuza, but in truth, I'm a living legend. Kamishina's patron saint of diving. Well, now that does sound impressive. Though I'm thinking a living legend is a bit much. I'd rate you as a legend in training at best. You could tell all that just with a single glance. I know a greenhorn when I see one. Cut back when you spent a bit more time in the sea, eh? But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an ama diver will have to wait. No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, eh? Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mare's outfit, eh? Yeah, but I don't know how to feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn, has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. It doesn't make you any less charming. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran? Advice, eh? Let me see. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. Finish and have a big catch, switching your focus to bring in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result. I see. That'll be a great help. Cool. Wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips? Well, now, bold as brass, but I'm glad you're keen to learn. Sometimes you come across areas where diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean. No sea creatures to speak of. I call those barren zones. The more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be. Got it. The whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings. Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much to pip in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. He really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. Again, Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming to help you out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. I had no idea. I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. I'm always happy to help, you know? There's no need to depend on others so much. I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know? And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuzo. See, I do my best to get a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get. You've heard me say this before. Mare found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to a life in a small community. No other reason I could think of for being the beef the others had with her. We're going to go out again for a Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? Seems like there's a bit of a commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors? Want me to go ask? That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you've heard, but... 15 minutes later. Welcome back. Man, once they get started, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things? You want the normal news first or the worrying news? Give me the worrying news. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay then. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Akija town on the mainland. Oh, were they diving accidents or something? I guess so? It seems it's still under investigation though. The sea hasn't been rough lately. But I guess it's a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Ama divers gone missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago that there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ichika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. How about the normal news? We've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual. What's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Oh, really? Here the Ise Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they've come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we're looking into them too. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about more. Mari Minakuchi too. What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people, they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still on Kamishima at least. So the question is where. I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know what they are, eh? Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. Okay, it looks like let's leave and we're going to get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. Okay, timeline stuff doesn't make a lot of sense to me yet. There's some things that aren't lining up. I'll think about it later. Well, if it isn't Shotaro. One second. Hey there, you two. Just the men I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show? Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure it was just because my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he's really been acting off lately. Can't believe he'd say something like that. Something wrong? Oh, pardon me. It's nothing you two need to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I heard you become an ama diver? Yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent leave. Oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it. You know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Yes, what was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? The what? Raging Waves? The Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means, and the curse bearer has the power to call forth the calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. But I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? Do people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakumura what he knows. For the shot, at least, anyway. Let's keep moving. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Huh? Sakaka. Sato, what's going on? Well, I'm sorry. I can't explain right now. Sakaka, Mom, we're drawing too much attention here. Hey. What was that all about? Something was definitely up with them. Did she get rejected? Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Kasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said she can explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True, we shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, I had a feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Old man Wakamura, you mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today. What now? Azami and the Minakuchi boy? I heard from Chia you two went out on the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an ama diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. Now I hear you've been running around looking at Tamare Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? Ugh. We have been asking around. To be honest, we have been asking around. I guess there's no hiding it from you. Yuza, are you sure this is okay? It's probably best to be honest about things right now, Azami. Just like you said, we've been trying to find out more about my mom. I knew it. Anyway, my point is, no more sticking your nose where it don't belong, got it? And most of all, no becoming an ama diver. So, if I give up on becoming an ama diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? Oh, this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Tsuyu about all this business, not me. She's got to know more than I do. Oh? But Tsuyu really does know more than she's letting on. Anne said she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. So she even said that to you. What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Tsu's always been tight-lipped about Mari Minakuchi. Where she came from, what her deal was. So even saying Yuza's mom was to blame for that massive storm, even though you don't know for sure? You said nothing to deny it. It speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Tsuyu about it yourselves. Just remember, what is the Raging Waves curse bearer? What? Where did you hear about that? That's gotta be Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. We heard it's some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? It does. The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? And your mother, Mari Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. But my mom would never have done something like that. Just because you don't remember don't mean she wasn't up to something out there. It's whether it was intentional or not, who could say? But it don't make a difference either way. I don't get how could you say Mr. Mayor was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof? I got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. So there's no point in trying to change his mind. The old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellows who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. Even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. That's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and to prepare for a storm. Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's because of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go into the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep them off the sea forever. You're dumb tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this will change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Tashima, it was called. Tashima? This is the first I've heard of it. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. But the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves. And the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still roiling about in the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm could come barreling down the Kamishima next. A push? Something like that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as someone with ties to those raiders, say, a descendant of theirs, drawn near to where Tashima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Tashima? Tashima? Sure am, and as her son, you share her blood. But how could that... Only natural everyone would see was a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you to back on the island, you know? You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yakuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Izami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Are you saying that the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact that you're a bad omen, though. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? That's all I'm going to say on the matter. To be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put. Seems like that's all we're going to get out of him. Maybe we could ask Tsuyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. Alright, spill the beans, bitch. Put something you needed. Use up. Myran, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there's something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been off recently, you see? Please don't say that. A lot of ammo divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So, did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Oh, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. So you have heard of it before. Oh, drat me and my big mouth. He said Mom was the descendant from the ones who first called forth the curse or something like that. And that's why everyone here is so concerned with what I get up to. Is that true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I could tell you the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the southern bay later, once the sun's gone down. Right, thanks, Gran. You can't tell us about it now? I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown. But if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? No need to rush now. Later and later. You want to prepare for this one. Okay. We're going out again. Oh, looks like Hiko's back. Want to try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun. Got any ideas, Yuza? Well, how about this? Do you have any tips that might help when diving? Hey now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be help. The basics, huh? How about this? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. And catch you in trouble, that makes sense. If hard enough, you should be able to free yourself. But don't panic too hard if it happens. If I ever allowed to go diving again, that is. This is what everyone was expecting? Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? You want to know? I bet Zani's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima. Tourists seem to love that shirt too. You wearing it all the time should make you for great advertising. The latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this. What is that? A hand mirror? Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with a Kamishima Maru design on the back. So, what do you think? It looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror, though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. It comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool. All these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to Amadivers around. Around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that I should hang on to it for good luck. Oh, so everyone has one? It's kind of nice. It's another way to bring us all together. You're not retired you now, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? But I... Alright, I don't know if it's gonna count you a diver given what happened earlier. Like, it literally matters. We got plenty, so you should take one too. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. No big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. Guess that means Azami's getting one as well. Here you go. Wow, really? I'm always down for more Kamishima merch. Keep that safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. I'm glad to hear it. You go diving today as well, Kikuro? Oh, you mean the whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show for it. The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Why do you ask? No particular reason. Just taking notes for later. I see. You're really serious about becoming an Amadiver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now. It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough. Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay? all I got for now. If you want more tips, try asking see you. By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today? Enough to not be a complete beginner anymore, I think. Right on, you definitely have potential, that much is for sure. Wow, it's pretty impressive you could tell it just by looking at him. Hey, I thought of a way I could show my support. If you managed to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize. Oh, isn't that great, Yuza? What's your highest score today again? Let's see. I think it was 351 points. Ooh, I'm afraid you weren't quite up to snuff. Too bad. Ugh, I've brought shame to my name as the patron saint of diving. I guess I could go and do that. Yeah, there's something I've been wondering for a while. Yeah? Were you the one who came up with the idea for the Kamishi Maru Kiko? Nope, I can't take credit for that one. Ooh, right, I forgot you didn't know Yuza. Know what? At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with a souvenir idea for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, did you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan Games. Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this? I only heard about it after the fact, too. Didn't know she was so good at drawing. And it's not just cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Zami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth. How interesting. I'm glad I asked. It's cute. I like it. He's sleepy EP. There's a Kamishimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want any, just let me know. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves? Nope, never heard of it. What is it? Oh, I went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now. Wait, so you mean disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse? And that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's you on about? Trying to pass things off with some occult tripe. Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish. Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh please, he's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. No, he isn't. He's so right. I don't know if you two are aware. My rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently. Sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. So Taro did say he's been behaving oddly lately. Even Shotaro thinks so? And that's gotta be it. So it's just a hoax? You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you he's trying to put the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Have we seen the two foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec, foreign tourists? Here? Today? No way, what do they look like? They have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess I didn't come this way. Hey, now, you two better not be thinking of following them around a guap. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? Okay, we will. And I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave. He's not even trying to hide what he really thinks anymore. Have you heard about the two Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's gonna happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yusa. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious. And that's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. I hope they're both found safe and sound. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Ah, Chie. You two again still wander around poking your noses into business you shouldn't be? Oh, you thought that's around, just give up already. Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. Saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh? For my sake? You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle even. Wouldn't 2 seasons go to waste, would it? Maybe I blew up the handle a bit earlier. I ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie. What about how Yuzu's mom caused that curse? The curse of the raging raves or whatever? So you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager. Do you believe in the curse, Miss Chie? Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mari Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Maybe just I'm reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. Before, and I'll say it again, no diving. My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear me? Yeah, I guess that's that. That's why. Where'd you go diving today? Well... He doesn't want a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island. Say, what? How were you thinking diving in the southern sea of all places? You got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago. Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. That strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright? Alright. Ain't gonna get nothing from me there. Alright, you hear it all? There it is. Saw him just now, actually. What? Do you know where they went? Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell. Lighthouse, huh? Gotcha. New lore just dropped. New location just dropped. Don't go following around just because we don't see many foreign folks around these parts. You hear? Okay, we heard that 2 Ama divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Don't you think do you think that's a bad omen as well? I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another, that tells me there's something off with the sea itself. We all done here? You two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. Oh, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Let's see who these foreign tourists are. Oh, looks like we found them. Okay, I figured it was the girl, but who's this fucker? That looks like them, alright. Excuse me. You rang? Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all this way here to talk to us? Welcome, welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us. Why is she the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk. Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume you know we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet with us, which means... I've got it! We're almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island. Committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. What the fuck? It's just the fucking lingering on his face. And the fucking sound that go. Ah, the bitter taste of failure. And thus does my stint as aspiring detective end in ignominy. I'd say the whole show is kind of a social faux pas, at least. Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time. I see. He must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh, asking for my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you, Oh yes, my name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Tourist, Arnav Barnum. Okay then, Avi. Such a pleasing ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Circe Lunar Light here is a distant relative of mine. Yes, Miss Circe Lunar Light would be me. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamishima, and this is Azami Kumoi. Nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, hey? The pleasure's mine. Wait, Minakuchi? Oh, so we piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a research spanning the Atlantic from Bonnie, England to vast America. Not that any of his books sell at all. That's right! For some reason, no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, though. Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now? Ugh, I say, stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. I see, I like this guy, he's funny. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit, footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Bag, I say, stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say. I'm good. Impressive as it is, I could see doing this pose 3 times might have been a bit much, yes. Do the pose with me, chat. Okay. I tried. This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Circe right here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as a guide. Your guide? Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well. Ishishima has a deeply spiritual region full of sacred places I always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. Fast Recollection Chapter. It will unlock once all conditions are met. Basically saying, it's available, but you can't do it yet. Got it. In fact, I think I did a bit. You must have been really excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places? Of course! It wasn't called the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know. The land whither what? What's this? You've never heard it called that? It said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the Empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 4,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Land Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise. Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down a bit. So, what does that mean exactly? We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember. Sort of. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right? Exactly. It is such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long. But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure though, you seem to be really like Ishishima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. You staying on Kimishina tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places. We're actually already booked at a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this. Oh, I guess you didn't have much time left, huh? So what brings you to Kamishita today? I'm glad you asked, young Yuza. We were... Wait a second. We're hoping to pick your brains. You wouldn't be happy with any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? So you really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much at least. Then I may be able to provide a monocrium of additional information on the subject. Additional information? Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it causes image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too, a typical mermaid, right? But the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretation of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there were several different types of creature that could be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there were also reports of a more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. Leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and the whole concept gets treated as occult malarkey. I probably said that wrong. I think I see what you mean. Looking at you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come here to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Ba-ba-bomb! This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone agreed with me on the matter. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Unfortunately, I never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. Well, it's probably not just because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assume everyone will be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very vocal minority, yeah? If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question. I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Tashima, an island that no longer exists. Tashima? Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Tashima 400 or so years ago. 3 of them, and you even know their names? We didn't even know Tashima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Tashima's existence, which would be obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know the records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Ise Bay? What? Really? That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Ise City, both of which border Ise Bay. I had no idea. I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested. Okay. All very interesting stuff. Thanks, this is all very interesting. So which type of mermaid are you looking for, Abby? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids? But the mermaids sighted around Tashima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well. By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids. Or that's what I call them anyway. I see. I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be the fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. It seems difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that the human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? Yes, so it could well be considered the inspiration of the undersea palace of that familiar fairy tale. Whoa, I was right? Tale of Urashima Taro. Long, long ago, a youth by Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Deep Dragon King, as a token for gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place, with beauty unlike anything on the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tama tobacco, but warned him never to open it. Thinking it strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request, Taro accepted the tame tobacco and set out towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he had lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamabako he had been gifted in a final grasp at hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him. In that instant, the hundreds of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. The Ryu dragon surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestess who attended the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale. But she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids. Oh. What's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well, take it away, Circe. Ah, right. As a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the eternal world I mentioned earlier. Whoa, really? In other words, the sea around Iseg, that is said to consist of waves from the eternal world, is in fact the location of Ryugu? And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, wouldn't it be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans? Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime played an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tamatobako. Ah, if the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think? I see, so that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh. Oh, you see? Intriguing, is it not? But how would you even get to Ryugu? Aha, what creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the infamous tale? That's right, a turtle, or Kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon? Oh, Kameshima. And there you have the reason for our visit. Do you believe there might be some clue as how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kameshima? Could Kameshima really have some sort of link to Ryugu? Brother Ryugu thanks to rescue a turtle, that's Ryugu's name being widely known throughout the country. He served as ruler, but Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving of the god of the sea, who presided over Ryugu. Interesting. By the way, Yuza. Yes? You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct? Yes, that's right. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi? Huh? Mare Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago. Ah, I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago, You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Could she have had some sort of connection to mermaids? Oh, well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure. Please tell me. I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know. Well, now you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit. Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Mare. A rumor from where? Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Tashikima home. What? If someone survived the disaster that sunk Tashima and their descendants are still around today? Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Tashima. I see. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience? Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza? Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see. Oh, so you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother? Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive. Oh no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask? Why? There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Tashima. They say she took on a human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since. What? No way. That would fit perfectly with our theory. Oh, color be surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way. Oh, I love this guy. He's so funny. It would be very interesting if that was the case. Sorry, Abby. I think I'm at my limit. Oh my, that's bad, isn't it? Is something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it appears we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today. Now that you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising we found. If you could stay just a bit longer. Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but the little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to get another nosebleed? If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching. A calamity? You can't mean... I forgot to mention, young Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Oh, okay, but... As reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. Use a... Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Hubby. You rang? If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please? Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. If I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps? Thank you. Man, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. I managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough. I really need that information by tomorrow, though. It's a long-ass chapter. Guess no one's here right now. Let's try somewhere else. I don't think I'm in the intro anymore. I think we're in the meat of the game now. Doesn't look like anyone's here right now. Let's try somewhere else. Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves, or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes in it, though. Kikuro and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah. We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. There's also that rumor about mermaids living near Tashima, a nearby island that was destroyed and that one of them assumed human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. I think your mom's dead. I think your mom is not a mermaid and she's dead. But we'll see. We'll see. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those three living near Tashima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right? Do you think that means the curse is real after all? Oh! Asami, I just realized something. Yeah? If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? Oh, damn, you're right. But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you, even if harder if he thought you were. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight, yeah? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Let's go. What? Ah! Why? Why? What happened? What's wrong? Shikaka, what's going on? I don't... We were just... But then Sato just... There's a look over there. What? Ah! Sato! There's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead. Sato just suddenly, we were just, but then she got cut down. Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening? Whoa. Sato, her wound is... The wound is gone? Ah, Sato! Otto, are you okay? What the fuck? Well, clearly this, what was it? What file was it showing there in the glimpses? Okay, obviously she's one of these, but I want to know what file it was showing there. It was this one, I think. This is the file. So that must be her, huh? I can't go to his file yet. I want to check something real quick. Something about the timeline of events is not lining up for me, so I want to check something real quick. August 6th. Okay, so that was one. Date unknown. This was August 7th in the morning. August 7th, afternoon. Okay. So then why is the timeline shift like this? Because like these aren't like, clearly these aren't aligned. Because this was August 7th, but this was August 7th in the morning. So this is, so while this was happening, they were out shit fishing. So like, why did it do that? Unless there's more recollections that are gonna fit into here. Like, why confuse me like that? And this is also August 6th. Wait, that doesn't... Didn't they say this had to have been before August 6th then? Because these two characters were on the island during this flashback on August 6th because they ran into there. So like, but in these events, they said they haven't gone to the island yet, right? So when this happened, were they on the island the day before? And then they came back to mainland and saw this? That could have happened. I'm just trying to figure it out. Regardless, this feels like a very good place to stop. That was a great little plot. That feels like an excellent little, are we even sure it's the same year? That's an excellent point. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do know it's the same year. And the reason we know it's the same year is because they keep referring to the Kamoshida disaster. And every single one of these events has said it was 5 years ago. So they're all in the same year. That's a great idea though, but we have proof that it's the same year. Still, I do think there's going to be some timeline fuckery. Because there's no way they're telling this story out of order, if not for a specific purpose. So we'll see how they end up playing into that. Regardless, we're gonna stop here for today. It's a great little, I want to keep going because like, fuck, that's quite an ending. So tomorrow we're going to be doing some sort of multiplayer game, and then we're going to be finishing this game off on a long stream on Saturday. That's the plan. And Saturday stream is going to be at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're interested in this game and you want to see more of it, 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday. Tomorrow is going to be a small break, and then we're going to bum rush to the end on Saturday in this game and just do a long stream. I'm engaged in this game. I will say, I think this game has a bit of a weaker start compared to the first Paranormasight, and that's just because this game, Paranormasight jumped right into the bullshit. Whereas this game, it's doing a lot more setup. And I have a feeling that setup's gonna pay off though. So like it's setting up a lot of great mysteries, and I'm excited to see where it goes next. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow for when we play some sort of random game, and then Saturday for when we finish this. I'm liking it a lot so far though. I'm excited to see where the story goes. I'm trying to pay attention because I have a feeling they're going to do a test at the end like they did in the first game, where they're like, go find the true ending. So I got to make sure I pay attention. Find out where the true ending could potentially be. I'm rating Sobi because I like Bird Brain playing Zelda. All right, everyone. For now, I go sleep. Take care. See you all tomorrow. Bye.